Unlucky butt. There we go. Hello and welcome back, my fairies. I'm Matsurific. I'm actually joined by a fishy today.
Hello.
And we're just doing some chill art today. Oh, I thought I had that. Okay, guess I did it. Oh, that would be why. Run! Are you literally gonna freeze up right, like with the very first brush stroke? Also, hello McBlue Eyes, welcome to the stream. Hello Strings Y2, welcome. Why is YouTube not showing me chat? I could see chat on OBS, but I can't see it on YouTube. There we go, that's better. Hello Sun Alex, welcome. Still not feeling 100%, so we're just gonna do a chill art stream today. I'm still a little sick, so that's why we're doing an art stream today. Thank you for asking, though. Give you a bit of a idea of what we're doing. Got a pretty simple stained glass design. I've also got this really interesting one. I kind of went a little crazy with the details, but that was also like the thought process behind this one. Thank you, Alex. I really wanted this to be like a really pretty stained glass piece. It's been a while since I've drawn Adriana. It's been a while since I've drawn my non-miraculous OCs too.
I'd say it's just been a while since you drew.
Yeah. Last art stream was in October.
Is that around Halloween?
Yep, I did a Spoopy Month live stream.
And then most people are usually pretty busy in December, but with the holidays.
Mm-hmm. Heck, I didn't want to go. Dang it! I'm trying to use the edge of the screen as a guide. I think that was a little off. I could probably do it like that. That way I could still use the screen as a guide. But place it better. There we go. Not just over 2 minutes. Alright, well, enjoy the rest of your day, Blue Eyes.
Just makes me think of the Blue Eyes White Dragon.
And thanks for stopping by as well. It's not cheating if you're just using the tools given to you.
Exactly. Why design an art program with specific tools if you don't want people to use them?
Mm-hmm. That's kind of thin there. Hello, Kofi. Welcome to stream. Actually, I think it's probably this part that's off a little bit. Yeah. Here we go. Hello, Nixie. Welcome. This is some good music to lurk to. Don't take off my mask. Feeling dull. My vector tool. Oh, that's right. Of course, right as I decide to do the vector tool, that's when I finally get a smooth curve.
Isn't that always the way?
Oh, I didn't do it right anyways. Oh well. There we go.
Ooh, flowers.
You have the worst Dragon Ball film, Bio Broly Second Coming. Look at that Dragon Ball Evolution. Yeah. The Broly sequels weren't that great. Oh, why do I have a extra line here? Where'd that come from? This is how I'm measuring out my brickwork. And this is ensuring that the bricks are going to be perfectly aligned and that they are facing the correct direction, or so that they curve in the correct way. So when you have a curved arch like this, the bricks are not perfectly square. course, every time I twist the square around, it gets more and more warped. You know, I am grateful for the auto recovery system, but it is a bit inconvenient when you're trying to draw and it's like, hold up, I need to save this. It's been 1 minute since the last save, so I need to save again. When they say save often, they don't mean every single minute. Looks like we're about to the part where the arch finally straightens out. Yes. Good.
Bless you.
Thank you. Goku's a great Raditz farmer. Yeah, he's literally farming his brother. That's right, he was so weak we could literally grow Raditzes. I hate all of you.
I get that that's a joke because Raditz radish.
Mm-hmm. Well, in the abridged series, it was also a joke because the Cybermen were all the same strength as Raditz. Wait, what? Oh, shoot. Here we go, that's what I needed. There we go.
Oof, this is a mood.
Hmm.
My brain is full of lore, but my writing hands are full of lead. So true.
And it's stuck again.
That is a mood. So
Well,
many
yeah, I mean,
ideas.
all of the names in Dragon Ball are puns. I mean, Bulma is literally just Bloomer.
Yeah, it's just Japanese pronunciation of
Yeah, it's not
the
even
word.
that they're puns, that they're Japanese puns. They're just a Japanese person trying to say the
An
the
English word.
Jitsuba. Yeah, it's most of them are just a Japanese person trying to say the English names, which Toriyama finds funny. I actually used to have a cat who hold on. No, I don't want to move that. I used to have a cat who was named after me as a toddler trying to say a word. My brother and sister wanted to name her Poker because she kept poking them at night. And then I tried to say poker and it came out Poku. And my dad's like, that's it, that's the cat's name.
It's like my little niece when she would want to watch Princess and the Frog, but she was too little to like properly say Princess and the Frog. It would come out Pepe and the Fog.
Aw.
It took her parents a little while to realize that what she was asking for was Princess and the Frog, but they got it eventually. But yeah, Pepe and the Fog. When she was really little, first learning to talk, she couldn't pronounce my name properly.
Actually, I guess I don't want to do that just yet. I still need to do the stained glass. Hello, Meg. Welcome. Hello, Markel. Welcome. Yeah, I'm still not 100% yet, so I figured we'd just do a chill art stream. So we do have enough parts recorded for Waifu Lock and Infinite Fusion to last us for another week, so... And I've been meaning to get back to this piece. I just really wanted to make a really intricate and detailed piece.
Hello.
Hey, Dan.
Hello. Oh, apparently the final chapter of Clear Card came out last month.
Ooh. Okay, that's the problem.
This year, the main story was concluded in 2023, though Clamp announced that a special arc consisting of a single chapter will be released in March of 2024. Oh.
What?
They're, you know how they collect chapters and then release them in volumes?
Mm-hmm.
The volume that will the next set of the next volume will be released, volume 16 will be released on Sakura's birthday.
Aw. April 1st.
2024.
I love that we're like one of the only fandoms that's like, no, April 1st isn't April Fool's Day. It's Sakura Day.
Well, yeah, it's Sakura's birthday. And if you're just a Clamp fan in general, then you're celebrating several characters' birthdays.
Oh, yeah. It's also Watanuki-kun's birthday.
Yep.
And Tsubasa-kun's birthday. And Tsubasa-chan's birthday. Hello, Violet. Welcome. Let's see here. This should be one. I think this is 12? No. Is it 8? Yeah, it's 8. Okay. And Guy, thanks for stopping by. Hope you have a magical day. Oh shoot, I just realized that I forgot to erase all these extra lines before I merged it all together. Please tell me it's all still good. Nope. Ah, darn it. That means I gotta go in here individually. Clean this up. Actually, I can at least make this a little bit faster. Just watched all of season 2 of Helva, and the clown song was stuck in your head. For me, it was 2-minute notice.
I feel like that's a song so many people wish they could sing to terrible bosses.
I wish I could have sung that to Steak and Shake. I should be looking at both sides so I can make sure that I don't have any other issues. Which I think at this point should be... Nope, never mind. I was gonna say at this point that should be guaranteed, but nope, was not.
Just came across a picture of those two villain brothers from Sword and Shield.
Swordward and Shieldbert.
Their hairstyles are so dumb.
They are.
Like, I get what the design is going for, a sword and shield, but it's just like, why would you ever style your hair like that?
Well, it's a good thing they weren't in the anime.
Like, especially the sword hairstyle.
Imagine trying to cosplay one of those two.
Oh gosh, so much hairspray you need. You'd probably want to, like, have something that you then wrap the hair over to, like, give the structure, especially for Swordbert.
Probably have some wiring in there.
Wiring, or like some sort of like styrofoam thing, like...
Oh no, styrofoam would be like, unless you're making the whole thing out of like look like a styrofoam hat.
No, something that you then wrap the hair around to hide, and then you pin in the hair to, like, so the styrofoam would be hidden.
Yeah, but think about how heavy that would be. You gotta think about the fact that you're gonna be wearing this all day long, walking around a convention. Because, like, that's taller than Super Saiyan hair.
Marge Simpson vibes.
Yeah. Got your hair cut short to a pixie cut in the middle of winter in Alaska? Oof. Negative 10 degrees Celsius.
Lots of thick hoods, hats, and scarves.
Yes. Yeah, don't worry. I knew you meant winter. Ironically, though, it's actually more convenient to have shorter hair in the winter, because it makes it easier to bundle up if you're not trying to hide a bunch of hair. Especially if you wanted to do something nice with your hair that day. It's like, oh, you got long hair and you're wanting to curl it up and make it all look nice and pretty because you feel like just looking special today? Well, sucks to be you, because now you have to cover all that up.
Usually, I feel like in wintertime you'd only be doing that if you knew you were staying home.
Finally. Okay. Cleanup work's done.
I will be right back.
Okay.
Okay.
There we go. Oh. Nuts. Okay. That's not how I needed that to be. Oh, right. I know what I did wrong. Okay. All right, just about done with this window. Oh, sorry for missing out on chat a bit. What am I drawing? I am drawing my OC Adriana, who's basically gender-bent Adrian from Miraculous Ladybug. But this version is technically an AU version where, well, a different AU version where I took gender-bent Adrian and made her his twin sister. Hence why she has this star piece in her hair, which is kind of subtle and hard to see, but I didn't want it to be in her hair for this. Or, I mean, I wanted it to be in her hair, but I didn't want it to be, like, in front in her bangs. Especially since this picture is meant to be straight on. Wait a minute. I just realized I could make this a lot easier. Thank you. I'm really happy with how this is coming out, too. I just really wanted to draw this stained glass piece. The idea behind this is that this is the picture-perfect version of Adriana that she puts on to please her father and the rest of the world. Hiding both face and mind, free for you to join. I'm a shapeshifter. What else should I be? Please don't take off my mask. Feel it all. You know, I think I just realized what art form Larry specializes in. The normal type gym leader.
Huh.
The art of corporate greed.
Haha.
Or rather, the art of selling your soul to corporate greed.
How did you come to that conclusion?
Because, like, pretty much, like, everyone else is, has some sort of relation to the arts. Hello, Johan. Welcome to stream.
Hello.
We're chilling today. One of the greatest benefits of being of digital art is being able to copy and paste.
Water break.
Water break. Oh shoot, I messed that up. What am I drawing? I am drawing a... A while back I had a desire to make a really detailed piece with a lot of stained glass and everything. Whoops, no, I don't want to duplicate the whole layer, just the window. So, right now I'm drawing the background and setting for this piece of my OC. give my hand a break and do this with the mouse. When I work on big pieces like this, I like to, you know, as I go, I like to go back and erase my sketch layers. I have multiple sketch layers, so took me a little bit to figure out which layer this was on. And it's also a good way of, and doing it with my mouse is a good way of giving my hand a rest. But it helps so that you can see how far you've come and how everything is looking so far. Song that... Oh. You like Celestial? Well, we're not playing Celestial because that song is copyright and that will demonetize my stream. Besides, this song is better for just chilling. Oh, I cannot wait to color this in. Like this, I imagine the stained glass is gonna be a pain in the rear to shade and everything, but it's gonna look so pretty. Alright, now all that's left is this big stained glass in the middle here. So I should probably draw the chair in first, though. Just so I know where to stop drawing details in. I almost forgot that I wanted to draw some, like, drapes and stuff going over the back of the chair. I'll get that in after I get the initial chair done. Because that, I don't want to be mirrored. I want it to look more organic. Oh, nuts. This also was like that. I have to fix this too. Hello, DG. Thank you for the lurk. Welcome. This is good music to lurk to.
nothing inside. Will it unleash me, burning down the walls? Is there a way for me to break?
Missed one. Cleaning up all this brickwork is gonna be a pain because I didn't do it while it was all separate layers.
We all make big uh-ohs.
Yep. One thing's for sure though, once I finish the sketch of the backdrop, that is going to be its own layer and it's going to get locked. I should have made sure this was fully 100% cleaned up. I should have done a thorough, detailed go through of it before copying and pasting it all over the place. Hello, Zenitsu fan. Welcome to the stream.
Hello.
You drew Batgirl, but you didn't draw the head or hands? I mean, like, not drawing the head honestly feels kind of weird, to be honest. Like you were just drawing the outfit or something? Hard for... I mean, hands, yeah, definitely. Like, I know that I really didn't like drawing hands when I was first starting out. So I did a lot of headshots and stuff. I have developed some tricks, though, and if you watch some of my, Miraculous review videos, which also show me drawing, you can see some of the tricks that I do. Like, I will draw out the I will block out the individual parts of the fingers if I'm really trying to nail a certain pose. Why is this one the worst of them all? The others weren't this messed up. Well, have fun with your fan arts. Okay. This one we already got, right? Yeah, that one looks clean. Nope, was not clean.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Where have you been? Been searching all along, confessing while alone without the clue, without a sign, without grasping it. The real question to be asked: where have I been? I'm a shapeshifter.
Okay, now it should be good. Ugh. Stretch. Leo's decided to join me in stretching. Aw, Neomon. Hey, no. No chew on that. Don't think I didn't see that, mister. There needs to be like a parallel line tool where you can set it so that your lines are always a certain distance, so that it draws like two lines that are always a certain distance apart. No, I don't watch TMNT. My big brother used to, though. Like, I know of the main characters. Though I'm not always going to be able to recall all 4 names of the turtles at once. But I know that they're all named after Renaissance painters. I know that they're raised by Master Splinter, and their main villain is Shredder, and that they have an ally friend named April O'Neil, who's also a reporter. That's about it. Like, I know the basics. And it's not that I think it's a bad show or anything, it's just not for me.
I can't tell you how to see me. Just a cage of bones. There's nothing inside. Will it always be burning down the walls? Is there a way for me to break? I'm a sharpshooter at Post Masquerade, hiding both face and mind, all free for you to draw. I'm a sharpshooter, have no face to show. Please don't take off my mask, my disguise. Where have you been? Been searching all along, confessing twilight on and on, without a clue, without a sign, without grasping it. The real question to be asked: where have I been? I'm a sharpshooter at Post Masquerade, hiding both face and mind, all free for you to draw. I'm a sharpshooter. What else should I be? Please don't take off my mask, revealing dawn.
Hello, Sheldon Weldon. Welcome to the stream.
Nothing left to be found. A mirror right in front of me. That's where I found an empty glass, reflecting that's a truth. It's telling words not to be told. I need that mask. I'm a sharpshooter at Post Masquerade, hiding both face and mind, all free for you to draw. I'm a sharpshooter, chained down to my core. Please don't take off my mask,
Water break.
my place to hide.
chair's coming along nicely. Yeah, this book, you draw the characters' names and the date while you're drawing? Oh, that's cool. You just found out that your computer offers a free editing tool app. Oh, that's cool. Windows used to do that with Windows Movie Maker. Back when I first started out on YouTube, I used to make AMVs all the time.
Oh, excuse me.
You could at least say excuse me.
I just did. You're too late.
Or were you too early?
Oh, I was just about to.
But you interrupted me.
Tired.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Think you found it? Friends not gonna get on you about not editing your OBS. Thanks. I need a little bit of a screen break.
I can't tell how to see me. Just a cage of bones. There's nothing inside. Will it always be burning down the walls? Is there a way for me to break? I'm a
Hey, Monkey Butt. Oh. Who's with me today? Both Dem and Fishy are here today. Oh, Leo Von giving a big yawn. Hi, Monkey Butt. Hey. He's like, oh, Mama, stop drawing. Must get pets. Just wait till Uncle Fishy is sitting next to Mama and can give Leomon all the pets. Oh, Fishy and Deb, Meg says hi to both of you.
Hello.
Alright, I'm gonna run to the bathroom. I'll be back.
Moments of calm, nothing left to be found. A mirror right in front of me, that's where I found an empty glass, reflecting that's a truth. It's telling what's not to be told. I need that mask. I'm a shapeshifter. Atlas masquerade, heart in both face and mind, all free for you to draw. I'm a shapeshifter, chained down to my core. Please don't take off my mask, my place to hide. I can't tell you how to see me. Just a cage of bones. There's nothing inside. Will it always be burning down the walls? Is there a way for me to break? I'm a shapeshifter. Atlas masquerade, hide in both face and mind, all free for you to draw. I'm a shapeshifter.
welcome back.
Welcome back.
Thank you. You know, if there was one thing I could change about this tablet, it would be the fact that it doesn't have a brightness control on it. Because I would like to be able to control the brightness, turn the brightness down. That's part of the reason why I have this pink background, is because it's nice and dark, but it's prettier to look at than just a plain gray. Thank you, Meg. Alright, so now for the cushion, we get to finally do some more natural looking lines. There we go. I also have to say I really love this butterfly peacock design on the main stained glass. I think it looks really nice. And now immediately back to this is my Miraculous OC Adriana. In this AU she's Adrian's twin sister, but in other AUs she's gender bent Adrian. But you can usually tell the difference based on the accessories that I give them, because Adriana from the gender bent AU wears a ring, whereas Adriana from the twins AU has a little star beret. Okay, that looks good.
I can't tell you how to see me. Just a cage of bones. There's nothing inside. Will it unleash me, burning down the walls? Is there a way for me to break? I'm a
Alright, the chair is done.
Post masquerade, hiding both face and mind, all free for you to draw. I'm a shapeshifter, have no face to show. Please don't take off my mask, my disguise.
Leo, get down.
Where have you been? Been searching all along, confessing twilight on and on, without the clue, without
Hey,
the sign,
leave it alone, Leo.
without grasping it. The real question to be asked: where have I been? I'm a shapeshifter.
Yes, you.
I post masquerade, hiding both face and mind, all free for you to draw. I'm a shapeshifter. What else should I be? Please don't take off my mask, revealing dawn. Moments of calm, nothing left to be found. A mirror right in front of me, that's where I found an empty glass, reflecting that's a truth. It's telling words not to be told. I need that mask. I'm a shapeshifter. At post masquerade, hiding both face and mind, all free for you to draw. I'm a shapeshifter, chained down to my core. Please don't take off my mask, my place to hide. I can't tell you how to see me. Just
Oh,
a
that's why.
cage of bones. There's nothing inside. Will it unleash me, burning down the walls? Is there a way for me to break? I'm a shapeshifter. At post masquerade, hiding both face and mind, all free for you to draw.
do I keep missing pieces of this? How do I keep still finding pieces of the brickwork that need cleaning up? Did I know Goku lied to Frieza about the Earth's Dragon Balls being able to revive him? Yeah, I knew that. Although I think he was also considering that, oh, well, they could use the Namek Dragon Balls, like the Namekians would actually go for that. I mean, Goku has a habit of making promises he doesn't even know how he'll keep. It's like, you think back to the Boo Saga, and he's like, hey, old Kai, you give Gohan the boost, and I'll make sure you get to kiss a real-life Earth woman. I don't know how I'll get Bulma to agree to it, but I'm sure she'll do it.
Goku was not smart.
No, or considerate.
Goku is not a
Why did she lie though?
He doesn't see it as lying. He's like,
Because he still, like, intends to, like, in the moment, he's like, oh yeah, I'm sure I could pull this off.
he's like, I'm sure I can figure this out. He's just not smart enough to know how he's gonna figure it out or think of like
The
future
consequences.
consequences.
Yeah. He just thinks, oh hey, we really need this to be done so that we can save the Earth.
Goku is more of a in the moment kind of person.
Yep.
He's never really thinking about the future. Unless it's, what am I gonna eat later?
Yep.
It's like, Goku's not a bad person. He's just
He just
Dumb.
doesn't think.
What was the lie though?
oh that they would bring Frieza back with the Dragon Balls.
Even though he knew that the Dragon Balls couldn't bring him back again because they already brought him back once. Well, the Earth Dragon Balls anyways.
Didn't it make some changes to that?
Yeah,
It was all
but
to-
no, the Namekians made it so that their Dragon Balls could bring people back who had been wished back before, and that was original too. Like, they'd always done that. When they changed their Dragon Balls, they changed it so that they could bring back more than one person at a time. But the Earth Dragon Balls have never been able to bring back the same person more than once, even after Dende upgraded them.
It's like, oh, why they had to go and get the Namekian Dragon Balls is one of the story arcs, because it's like, oh, you know, we can't use the Earth Dragon Balls to bring people back in this time.
Heart in both face and mind, all free for you to draw. I'm a shapeshifter, chained down to my core. Please don't take off my mask, my place to hide. I can't tell you how to see me. Just a cage of bones. There's nothing inside. Will it unleash me, burning down the walls? Is there a way for me to break? I'm a shapeshifter at Post Masquerade. Heart in both face and mind, all free for you to draw. I'm a shapeshifter, have no face to show. Please don't take off my mask.
You've never seen the Dragon Ball Z anime? I mean, it's an alright show. It is one of those animes that's like every anime fan should watch once.
At least watch like a handful of episodes and see if it's something that
Hmm.
Been searching all along. Faces
Yeah.
while I know.
no, I think
I would recommend starting with Kai just because it's less daunting.
Kai specifically was designed to condense some
Mhm.
stuff and make it easier to consume if it's your first go around, because in the original Dragon Ball Z they had a tendency to, because I think it was partially done because the original manga was still ongoing when the anime was airing.
Yep.
So to help the manga get ahead, they would have, of course, filler arcs, but they would also draw fights out for multiple episodes. So within the reality of the show, this fight may take 5-10 minutes for the characters to be, kicking each other's butts within universe, but you as a person watching get like maybe 3 or 4 like 20-minute episodes dedicated to just two characters kicking each other's butts, which could get pretty boring after a while.
Yep.
It just so it was on Twitter. I just saw your post about Cabbage Adachi and Pancake Akeshi.
Yes.
Persona 3 Reload had better give us some sort of food, any kind of food that
Ikutsuki.
Ikutsuki can be associated with. He must.
He must join Cabbage Adachi and and Pancake Akechi.
The villains are just associated with food now. I love that it's clearly a photoshopped image of a real cabbage. Like, that's just a picture of a real cabbage photoshopped into his hand. It's funny because like the whole joke about like realistic cabbages appear like overly detailedly drawn cabbages in anime came about because of this one anime having like this really badly drawn cabbage that was literally just like a green circle that the person was slicing and dicing, and it was just like you wouldn't know it was a cabbage if the character hadn't said it was. So like ever since then it's been like anime has gotten like very specific. It's like, no, if you're gonna draw a cabbage, the audience has to know it's a cabbage just by looking at it.
I wonder if that's the true reason why they added in the cabbage merchant in Avatar.
No, I think that it's, I don't think there's a connection between those two, other than just my cabbages being a hilarious thing. I do like that they made a reference to it in Korra, but didn't like
My
overt-
cabbage core!
They made one little like nod to that, but like we're like, yeah, no, this was this served its purpose in the original. We don't need to like run
We
it
don't need
into
to
the
beat the
ground by-
dead horse.
We don't need to run it into the ground by trying to bring it back in the sequel series.
Yep.
My cabbages has run its course. We can make a little like reference to it once, and that'll be enough.
Yep. Kind of like how in Hamster and Gretel, they make a couple of Phineas and Ferb references, and there was like 2 shots with Doofenshmirtz, but that was it. It's like, okay, yeah, it's in the same universe, but let's not overplay that part of it.
Well, especially since we're getting more Phineas and Ferb.
Mm-hmm. Baloney, no! It's like, how many lives does Baloney have?
That is a good question.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
So, Dr. Doofenshmirtz from Phineas and Ferb was a very lonely child. He didn't really have any friends growing up. So, he got a balloon, drew a realistic face on it, sprayed it with this thing that he invented called, lifelong lasting spray, so that it wouldn't pop or deflate or anything, and he named it Balloony. And
Although
he just-
Baloney does pop a lot.
yeah, and Balloony just keeps coming back as a reference.
Hey, that's not weird at all.
Everything with Dr. Doofenshmirtz is weird. That's the point. This is a man whose parents abandoned him, and he was and for a short period of time, he was raised by ocelots in the woods.
Like, his parents even missed his birth, including his mother.
They don't explain how it's like. It all started on the day I was born, and when both my parents failed. But it's like, I don't know how that works, but okay. And that whole entire year he had to wear dresses
Mm-hmm.
because his parents were so certain that his brother Roger, before Roger was born, was going to be a girl, but then they had another boy, and they didn't have any money to buy new fabric, so for an entire year, Dr. Doofenshmirtz had to wear dresses. Also, according to a song Dr. Doofenshmirtz sings in an episode, his mother's love was always inexplicably linked to kickball. His parents also
It gets weirder and weirder.
Yep.
His parents also made him be a garden gnome when theirs was repossessed.
And here I thought it couldn't get weirder.
Then there's that whole sad episode where like nobody showed up to his birthday. They were year.
I'm a shapeshifter at this masquerade, hiding both face and mind, all free for you to draw. I'm a shapeshifter. What else should I be? Please don't take off my mask, revealing dawn.
You know, at the start of every Dr. Doofenshmirtz and Perry the Platypus segment, he always goes over this backstory. Of like that explains his current actions, and a lot of them tend to go to relate back to his horrible childhood back in Gimustum.
Come on. Why can't I get this line right? Maybe if I go this way.
3,000 brush strokes later.
I'm trying to get it to line up with this corner right here. That's starting to look better. Like, the point is that there's like a curtain in the stained glass.
Funny post. Still crying at everyone rediscovering Clamp Boy Love in 2023. Guys, they invented Yowie hands. I don't think Clamp invented that, but they definitely were a purveyor of weird proportions in some of their mangas.
Yes. Especially
Like,
in Tsubasa and Holic.
Well, I get that, like, they change off who's in charge of, like, what aspect every, like, you know, new, like, manga that they do. So, like, they can get practice in, like, different fields and stuff. So, like, they don't have the same person in charge of, like, character design between the four of them on every manga. But, yeah. Whoever was in charge of character design in Tsubasa and Holic, everyone was noodle-limbed. Everyone had these really long torsos, legs, and arms.
Even the characters that were supposed to be muscular, like Kurogane.
Yeah. Everyone in Tsubasa was just noodle. Like, I'm not saying the art style was bad, but it was definitely very much stylized. And you did have to admit that, like, the male characters in Tsubasa and Holic did usually have like exaggeratedly large hands.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like there's stuff that predates Clamp stuff that has those giant hands that became known in yaoi mangas. Okay. I've been seeing a trend going around the internet recently. I don't know why, but like that scene in Beauty and the Beast has come back to like the forefront of everyone's attention, where Belle's like looking at him right after he's turned back into like a human, and she's like, trying to figure out like what's gone on, because like girl just witnessed a magical transformation sequence. There were shining, glittering lights. There were fireworks. Like a man that she thought was dead just like rose up again and was flying about. Like I'd be confused too. But everyone takes it as like, oh, she doesn't find him physically attractive, and it's like, I'm like, can we stop trashing on the Beast's human design? I mean, I've seen some really cool fan designs where he's like darker skinned, or certain aspects of his appearance resemble his, beastliness, like beast self more. But I'm like, can we stop trashing on his human design at the end of the film and saying that it's unattractive? I personally am not of that mindset. It's like I will agree that some of the alternate fan designs of like what his human form could have looked like are really nice, and I will like share, retweet, and reblog the art that people do. But I'm still like, but can we stop bashing on his human design? Because like you're bashing on somebody's hard work by doing that.
perfect. Oh, that's so much better than it was before. I had so much trouble with this the first time around, and I was like, what if I did this? It's like, oh my goodness, perfect circles with parallel with smaller circles perfectly placed inside so that it's the same width all the way around.
Huzzah!
Which layer is this? This layer, okay. So with stained glass, pretty much everything has to be touching somewhere.
No, I won't wait. Oh, I've tried to jump that great divide, but I guess the chances you were given, you don't know how much I've been denied.
Oh, hello, Punk. Welcome to the stream. Sorry for not seeing you
Hello.
earlier. Meg wants to know how everybody's New Year was.
It was fine. My family never makes a big deal about New Year's.
Yeah, same. Just was relaxing at home.
Yeah. It's like, after the build up to, Christmas and everything, you just need to decompress after that. Just kind of chill for
Yep.
until the new year. So that like week in between, we don't even do like a fancy dinner or anything because we do that on Christmas. So it's just like I don't know. I don't think we have anything like how in like Um, in New York, they have like that ball drop thing. I don't even know if we have anything like that here. Like, I don't think there's like a big like countdown thing. I mean, people in the neighborhood were setting off fireworks all through the night, but other than that, I don't know. It's like,
Yeah. We didn't stream New Year's Eve, but we did do a New Year's stream looking for... Fishy, you'll appreciate this. Looking for shiny horsies, Seadra, because Hattori, because it's the year of the dragon. So many people are like, what's Fruits Basket?
a brilliant anime and manga series.
Yes.
Basic premise is a young teenage girl named Toru ends up living with the members of a family that have been cursed to transform into different animals from the Chinese zodiac when hugged by someone of the opposite sex.
It's another one of those animes that's like a staple. You have to watch it at least once. Unfortunately, there is a reboot.
Yes, because the original anime, which came out in the early 2000s, only covers the first story arc of the manga, but they did a reboot in the late 2010s that finally adapts the whole of the manga, and there is an English dub.
Yep.
Done by the same people who did the dub of the original 2000s anime, with returning voice actors.
Yep.
So if you really liked the people who voiced the characters
From the original
dub, they reprised their roles in the new dubbing the new one. I don't know if it's the same for the Japanese voice cast or not. I'd have to look into that. Because I know that in regards to like anime voice actors reprising a role that they did, if you are watching the Japanese versions of, say, Sailor Moon and then Sailor Moon Crystal, and the original voice actress of Usagi from the original 90s anime came back and reprised her role in the Japanese version of Crystal.
Mm-hmm. And also in for Cardcaptor Sakura Clear Card, they also got the voice actors from the original Cardcaptor Sakura Japanese anime to return.
So Sakura Tanjei is Sakura Kinomoto again?
Yep.
And we got happy news last year on Sakura's birthday that Clear Card is getting a second anime which will adapt the where the first anime left off to the conclusion of the story. No news is when that is coming out, but we did get confirmation that it is in production. So
Yes. Thank goodness, because it's been way too long.
and then I'm guessing that the English translation of the manga will come to a conclusion this year because the Japanese version released its final chapter, other than one special chapter that they're going to release in March of this year, but they've like concluded the main story as of December of 2023. So that probably means that like the English translation will release its final volumes this year. Though, between you and me, Matsuyo, it was kind of crazy how many of the ideas that Clamp had lined up with the ideas that Wish-chan had.
Yep. And then there was the one that lined up with my idea.
This just goes to show that, like, when you're following a series and you're kind of making fan continuations, it's just like, okay, you're drawing, and then the original creators actually do make a sequel, and some of the stuff that you predicted is happen. You're like, it just kind of makes you happy as a fan of like knowing that like, hey, my ideas made sense. My theories were backed up by stuff that I witnessed in the original series. So like, I'm not just out here being crazy with my theories, and it's like this just means that I understand these characters and I understand the story, and I made like a logical conclusion as to where this could go. Though, then you have you and I making a fan AU for one series that's mainly about OCs with some canon characters appearing here and there, and then the creators of that release something that parallels it in a completely different franchise that they're working on, and we're just like, what?
Why is everyone copying us? Why are they all spying on us?
And it was like, here we are making a fan AU about OCs in the Little Mermaid universe, and then Disney's like, hey, we're gonna have something that like is strikingly similar for Elena of Avalor, and we're just like, whoa. Even the two new characters they introduced paralleled our OCs.
Yep.
You had the optimistic, upbeat sister who wants to change things, and then you had her more stoic, serious, whose brother who's not quite sure or about things.
Oh, the funny thing is that when we make jokes about them copying us, people actually think we're serious sometimes. Like, it's a joke. Obviously,
We obviously know we're small time in no one's on the internet. We know Disney's not actively spying on us to get ideas. Disney has a huge plethora of amazingly creative people working for them. And that just means that sometimes the ideas are gonna some people are gonna have similar ideas to what fans create, but you know for a fact that literally in order to keep themselves from being liable for legal stuff, Disney people who work at Disney, who especially they're people creating stories for Disney, literally can't read fan works.
yep.
It's why creators from have had to tell people yes, we love that our work has inspired you and that you're telling your own stories with our characters, but please do not send us links to your story because we legally cannot read them, because if we are known to read fan fiction and then something we create later down the line is similar to a fanfic that someone created, there is the potential that that fan creator could be like, hey, you stole my idea, and try and sue the company or the individual.
Yep.
It's like Jennifer Lee, who is now the head of Disney Animation, who is the director and one of the screenplay writers for Frozen. When Disney announced that Frozen 2 was going to be a thing, and people were when Frozen became such a popular thing, Jen had to put out a statement being I love that Frozen is so inspiring to people that they're creating their own stories inspired by it, but I can't read anything that you send me in regards to your fan fiction, because she had to protect herself legally.
Mhm.
So by putting out a statement that hey, I don't read fan fiction, so that basically saves her for that protects her, because then if anything she does write that then makes its way into a Disney film that she helps create later down the line, she can just be like, it's, coincidence, because she actively does not read fan fiction. And how it's like, unlike how in traditional publishing, you are the one who submits your work to a publishing company. When it comes to companies like Disney, they are the ones who actively seek out usually well-known authors and ask them, like, hey, we want to do this kind of story based off of this this film of ours. Would you be interested in being the author for it? So it's like, that's Disney approaching an author with the express intent of like, hey, we have this kind of idea in mind for either a series or a standalone book, and we want you to be the one who writes it for us. Because that way it's basically Disney publishing their own fan fiction.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's basically what certain stories like the Twisted Tales series that I read, which is basically a what-if scenario where they take a Disney film and go, what if this aspect of the plot happened differently, and where would the story go from there? Disney is the one who approaches the authors for that and is like, would you care to write a book for this series based off of this film? And I don't know if the author gets to choose the what if, or Disney is like, we want to have this be the next what if story for the series. Do you want to write it? I don't know all the details behind that, but that's Disney. That's basically fan fiction with Disney's stamp of approval on it, because it's Disney Publishing who reaches out to the authors first.
Yep.
Do not expect to be able to go to Disney and be like, I wrote this fan fiction, do you want to publish it? Because Disney will probably be like, denied. Though I suppose now that the version of Mickey that appeared in Steamboat Willie, the 1928 animated short, since that's now in public domain, people could freely write stories specifically about that version of Mickey and, sell them for profit without having to like get Disney's approval, because that specific version of Mickey is now public domain.
Yep.
So basically it's like, if somebody wanted to make a t-shirt with the Steamboat Willie version of Mickey and sell it on like their Etsy or their Redbubble or their Teespring or whatever, they can do that now without risk of legal action.
Yep.
But it specifically has to be the depictions of Mickey from either Plain Crazy or Steamboat Willie. Nothing that came after, because anything newer, like any newer depictions of Mickey are still under copyright. So
Yep. People have already started releasing. It's so hard not to call it a fan project anymore. People are also releasing like games and other projects and stuff using Steamboat Willie.
Yeah.
Like I saw on
I-
Twitter, someone made like a horror game.
Yeah, but I feel like dark depiction of Mickey is not really something new.
Hmm.
The only thing that's new is like, oh, now you can actively like put that up on Steam and like make people pay for it, whereas before it was like to protect that you had to be like, oh, it was fair use or like parody, and so like you and specify like, oh, I'm not making money off of this. Whereas now the only thing that you need to specify is that this is not officially licensed by Disney. This is not in collaboration with Disney. Disney does not endorse what I am making. This is, because I am able to do this because this design is now under public domain. But like taking cute Disney characters, like especially in like Mickey, and making them like creepy or part of like a horror or story is not really anything new. It's just now people can actually make money
Make
off
money.
of those depictions without running into legal trouble.
But she's confusing you about what? The Steamboat Willie thing? But I bet it was confusing you, because it's in the public domain now. So
Basically, Steamboat Willie came out so long ago that it is no longer, that specific short is now in the public domain, which means the design of Mickey that appears in Steamboat Willie is now in the public domain, which means that people can use that design and can legally make money off of it without needing Disney's permission. But it's only Steamboat Willie. Any version of Mickey design-wise that say came later, like the versions that we would be more familiar with from say like House of Mouse or one Mickey's like Once Upon a Christmas or stuff, because those designs were made later and were trademarked and copyrighted at a later date, you can't use those designs. Yeah, basically, Disney still technically owns Steamboat Willie, which means they can still continue to use his designs based off of that short. But it basically means that if someone were to say make a T-shirt with the version of Mickey that appears in Steamboat Willie, and then they were to say put it on like an online store that they run and sell it, Disney cannot say sue them and stop them from profiting off of that T-shirt because it's now in the public domain. Kind of like it's basically sort of things coming full circle for the Disney company, because a lot of Disney's earlier works, especially their first handful of feature-length films, were all based off of fairy tales that were in the public domain. So like Snow White, Sleeping Beauty, Cinderella, Pinocchio. Those are all stories that the owner has been dead for so long that they are no longer protected under copyright, and anyone can make an adaptation of that story. Because like there have been a couple times where other companies have made kind of like their own versions of those fairy tales, or kind of like a story that serves as like a sequel to that fairy tale, and Disney has tried to sue them, but these people have been able to counter Disney and be like, no, what we made is not a sequel to your version, it is a sequel to the original story that is public domain.
Yep. Just like how Disney has tried to take down people who draw artwork and stuff of Greek gods like Thor. And they're trying to be like, oh, well, no, you can't do that because we own Marvel, we own Thor. And it's like, you own the Marvel depiction of Thor, but you do not own the Greek legend of Thor.
Thor is Norse.
Thor is
Or
Norse.
Norse, sorry. Norse, sorry, yeah, Norse. You do not own the Norse legend of Thor. You own the Marvel depiction of Thor. Same for Loki. There was actually a huge controversy a few years ago of Disney trying to take down people who were just drawing Thor and Loki, and Disney was like, hey, you can't do that because we own Marvel. And it's like, but this isn't the Marvel depiction of the character. This is based on the Norse depiction.
It's like, this is my interpretation of an ancient character that has been around for centuries and was once part of a certain group of people's like religious beliefs.
Yeah. It'd be like if Disney decided to make their own version of the coming of Christ and then tried to sue people for drawing Jesus Christ, and it's like, you can't do that because you do not own Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ is a religious figure in Christianity. You can't stop people from making their own depictions of him.
It's like fairy tales, like the Brothers Grimm's or any of the Hans Christian Andersen. It's like these stories are hundreds of years old, and because it's been so long since these stories were first written down, anyone has the legal right to make an adaptation and say sell it as like a storybook or make their own films based off of these, which is why you see so many like studios making fairy tale films. Like, it's why there's so many different like adaptions of Cinderella.
Imagine if back in the day, Disney had gone after Fox for that live action Hercules series they did.
Oh, yeah. It's like Hercules, the ancient Greek hero that's hundreds of years old and has been adapted countless times before. It's like, just because Disney has their own version of him now doesn't mean Fox can't make their own.
Speaking of, I'm surprised we haven't seen that on Disney Plus.
The Hercules series by
Yeah.
Fox?
Same for Xena.
I think that's because those were sold and packaged years ago, like with full DVD releases and stuff.
Still, though, it'd be great to have a place to go and rewatch those old shows. Especially Xena, Warrior Princess. Honestly, I feel like we need a reboot of Xena where Xena and Gabriella are a lesbian couple. Because, like, even in the original, they had huge lesbian energy.
Oh, and that was intentional by the writers, but
they weren't allowed to make it official.
They weren't allowed to have it be anything other than subtext because of the time period in which the show was being written, and you know that wasn't allowed back then, like by the studio. So it was like, yeah, we can heavily imply things, but we can't have things just be outright confirmed, because this is the 90s when it's just starting to be okay to even mention queer people on television. And even then, a lot of the times we were the butt of jokes.
Yep.
Or
the character that gets killed off.
The queer story ends tragically, so that like the religious groups can be like, see, if you're gay, your life will be miserable. Honestly, it's only been within the last like 10, maybe 15 years that we've gotten better representation where like you can see a happy like queer romance, or just like have a character that's openly queer and their life not be miserable, or have them die for the sake of a straight character's storyline and then be like, my gay friend is dead.
Hello, Alec. Welcome to stream. I've seen Scarlet Lady, yes. There's not a whole lot of Miraculous fan content that I, like, follow religiously. Really, mostly just Bakery Enemies, that's about it. Which is still on hiatus because the creator is focusing on her other works. Though I am looking forward to the day when she does eventually return to Bakery Enemies. It's like they finally know who the other person is. It's like, Marinette, you just destroyed Cat Noir's baking. It's like, oh. Don't worry, we can fix it. How? I don't know. The story isn't continuing at the moment. But Bakery Enemies is also the reason why I'm not super upset that Adrian wasn't in the finale. That and it's like, that could still be a plot point in season 5.
You mean 6?
Or 6, yeah.
Like, wasn't the finale you were just talking about the season 5 finale?
Yeah. It's like, that could still be a plot point in season 6. They're like, oh no, the show is ruined. It's like, you know, there's at least 2 more seasons coming out, right? This wasn't a series finale, it's just the season finale. He's got a whole other season to find out that his father was Monarch. And also, oh, but the world thinks that Gabriel was a hero. Yeah. Which also means that the world thinks that Adrian Agreste is not the son of Monarch. It also means that Natalie doesn't have to go to jail and can raise Adrian. I'm just glad the creators finally came out and said, oh, no, that was not Emily. That was Amelie. Emily's still dead. It's like, thank you. Thank you for finally confirming that, because there were, you know, despite all the evidence that it was Amelie, not Emily, people were still like, oh, but it's Emily. No.
Mostly because, but the leak says so.
Yeah, leaks
Yeah,
we
it's
were never
almost-
That
supposed
was
to
their main
see.
argument.
It's almost like a leak of an earlier version of a script isn't valid because that script could have gone through dramatic changes before the episode went into full production.
You know, even though I haven't gone back to check out what the fandom is up to in a while, I would not be surprised at all if people were like angry that it was like some sort of out of canon retcon. It's like, oh well, why you gotta retcon it? It's like, no, it's not a retcon. It was always intended to be this. If it was intended to be Emily, they would have given some sort of focus on the fact that Adrian has his mother back. But I would not put it past this fandom to be like, oh, well, that's just bad writing because they could have told us that it was Amelie, or it's like, it's bad writing because it's Thomas Astruck. That is honestly my most hated argument, is that, oh, well, it's bad because Thomas Astruck was involved. It's like, yeah, but he was hardly involved with season 5. Oh, the whole thing with Marinette's trauma was a retcon because Thomas Astruck doesn't want us to hate Marinette. It's like, or maybe, did you ever think about the fact that the writers have been wanting to fix what they know is broken with Marinette, but weren't allowed to because Thomas Astruck would push back and not want to admit that there was anything wrong with Marinette because trying to fix her would admit that there's something wrong with her? It would admit that this is not normal, how normal teenagers act, which is how he's tried to pass it off in the past. Like, just because it didn't go how you were hoping or expecting it to go, doesn't mean it's bad. Alright, let's clean this up a bit.
So apparently, the official Avatar or the Last Airbender website, Avatar Studio official, released a bender quiz that you can take and find out what type of bender you are. I just took it, and turned out I'm a water bender.
Yeah, I feel like most fans of Avatar would be waterbenders.
Send me the link. I want to do this too.
Kind of like how most fans of Harry Potter, they take those house quizzes and it's like 90% of the time they're Hufflepuff.
You mean Gryffindor?
No, Hufflepuff.
I was a Hufflepuff.
Yeah, most
Both
fans.
On, both on the fan-made quizzes and the official one. But,
yeah. Most fans of Harry Potter are Hufflepuff.
I don't think that's true.
Okay. I'm about done with everything that would be parallel, so I think I just use this one. I don't need to make another ruler.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay. I'm a firebender.
Hmm.
Interestingly.
Where have you been? Been searching all along, confessing twilight on and on, without a clue, without a sign, without grasping it. The real question to be asked: where have I been? I'm a sharpshooter at this masquerade, hiding both face and mind, all free for you to draw. I'm a sharpshooter. What else should I be? Please don't take off my mask, revealing dawn. Moments of calm, nothing left to be found. A mirror right in front of me, that's where I found an empty glass, reflecting that's a truth. It's telling words not to be told. I need that mask. I'm a sharpshooter at this masquerade, hiding both face and mind, all free for you to draw. I'm a sharpshooter, chained down to my core. Please don't take off my mask, my place to hide. I can't tell you how to see me. Just a cage of bones. There's nothing inside. Will it unleash me, burning down the walls? Is there a way for me to break? I'm a
Oh, come on. I switch you to the pen. I want you to be on the pen. Come on. It's like, I want to be on the pen so that it will mirror the erasing. It's like, please switch the tool when I tell you to switch the tool. There. Why is this not? Oh. It's not perfectly straight. That's why it's not fully lining up the way I wanted it to. Okay. So this should still be good enough then.
Moments of calm, nothing left to be found. A mirror right in front of me. That's where I found an empty glass, reflecting that's a truth. It's telling words not to be told. I need them mask.
Excuse me.
I'm a sharpshooter at first masquerade, heart in both face and mind, all free for you to draw. I'm a sharpshooter, chained down to my core. Please don't take off my mask, my place to hide. I can't tell you how to see me. Just a cage of bones. There's nothing inside. Will it unleash me, burning down the walls? Is there a way for me to break? I'm a sharpshooter at post masquerade, hiding both face and mind, all free for you to draw. I'm a sharpshooter, have no face to show. Please don't take off my mask.
There.
I am back.
Welcome back.
I believe this is one of, if not the most, detailed background you have ever drawn.
I think it is the.
Where have you been? Been searching all along, confessing while alone and on, without a clue, without a sign, without grasping it.
This looks hard to draw. It's not necessarily hard, it's just time consuming.
Where have I been? I'm a sharpshooter at post masquerade, hiding both face and mind, all free for you to draw. I'm a sharpshooter. What else should I be? Please don't take off my mask, revealing dawn.
Dim?
Did he step away?
Possibly.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
What type of bender did you end up getting?
Surprisingly, a firebender.
I was thinking earthbender.
Me too.
Hello, Pauline. North Cage, welcome to stream. Tax authorities finally
Hello.
approved your new first name. Nice. Or Paulina, sorry. I'm glad you got your new name approved. Paulina is your star stable name? Okay.
Horse girl game.
It also just kind of makes me think of Danny Phantom as well. Paulina.
Oh. The most popular girl in school.
I can't help it. Oh, okay, no, that was a really bad accent. Oh my gosh. That was like the absolute worst accent I've ever done. I'm not even going to try to do the accent again because that was just so bad. I can't help it if I'm beautiful. I can't help it if I'm beautiful and everyone else is jealous of me. Shallow? I am not shallow. However, I'm not so deep that I can't steal a boy from a goth girl. My day's been alright. Hope yours is doing alright. Alright, good. Looks like it all lines up with the dress and the chair. Let's just see how it lines up with each other. Okay, it could be a little bit further down. Yes, I know I'm being a perfectionist.
This is nothing new.
Yeah.
Tis the life of an artist. You know, after listening to Beneath the Mask for so long, you tend to want to take a nap.
Might be time to change up the song.
Might be a good idea. There's nothing against the song.
It's also kind of what's nice about it, too. It's just nice and chill. Is there a way for me to break? I'm a shapeshifter, have no masquerade, hiding both face and mind, everything to do. I'm a shapeshifter, have no face to show. Please don't take off my mask, my disguise.
water break.
Water break. Oh, sorry. After this, I'm going to take a bit of a screen break and run to the restroom really quick.
Okay.
All right.
Now to clean up the stained glass. And then the stained glass we will officially be done with. And then, hooray for being done with the stained glass!
Finally. Or rather, at long last.
Yep. At last! Okay. Take a little bit of a screen break. Oh, stretch it out. Yes, that's right, monkey butt. We're stretching it out. Oh. Let my eyes readjust. So that is the biggest reason for the screen breaks, is to just let my eyes readjust to normal. Alright, I will be back.
There's nothing inside. Will it unleash me, burning down the walls? Is there a way for me to break? I'm a sharpshooter at Post Masquerade, hiding both face and mind, all free for you to draw. I'm a shapeshifter, have no face to show. Please don't take off my mask, my disguise. Where have you been? Been searching all along, confessing while alone and on, without a clue, without a sign, without grasping it. The real question to be asked: where have I been? I'm a sharpshooter at Post Masquerade, hiding both face and mind, all free for you to draw. I'm a sharpshooter. What else should I be? Please don't take off my mask, revealing dawn. Moments of calm, nothing left to be found. A mirror right in front of me, that's where I found an empty glass, reflecting that's a truth. It's telling words not to be told. I need that mask. I'm a sharpshooter at Post Masquerade, hiding both face and mind, all free for you to draw. I'm a sharpshooter, chained down to my core. Please don't take off my mask, my place to hide.
Alright, I am back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Hello, Dragothorn, welcome. Oh, and also Marinette, welcome. My days. Oh no, I already answered that one. Hello, Meta, welcome.
Hello.
I put some fries in too. Something I can munch on, but with one hand. Alright. It's like, as much as I want to start on Adriana, I should probably do the brickwork next. Let's go ahead and merge the rest of the stained glass down. Okay, now suppose I could just do more brickwork. Just do them with, I think I'll go with a thinner line for the bricks. Let's start it off in the center here. Then we can move it around. Do I want more wild dots like that? I do. That seems to be it for the wild dots, at least. Okay.
I was scrolling through some stuff and I came across a really old like Barbie ad for like one of the Barbie vehicles, and in the ad they like say, "And you too, Kelly," and I'm like, oh my god, back when we still had Kelly, and I was just that just makes me think of like a joke of like, I'm so old, I still remember when Barbie's youngest sister was named Kelly. Because apparently the name change from Kelly to Chelsea was because apparently in the UK she was known as Shelley instead of Kelly, so they changed it to Chelsea so that, like, internationally she'd have like the same name worldwide, like she wouldn't have two different names.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why in like 2011 they discontinued the Kelly doll and renamed her as Chelsea. We went from it being Barbie, Skipper, Stacy, and Kelly to Barbie, Skipper, Stacy, and Chelsea. But as someone who grew up with two older sisters, I actively remember when her name was Kelly. Because I remember...
I just happened to be a girl that grew up in that time period. In the 90s.
Yeah, no, I remember, like, even in the earliest Barbie movies, like the ones that like came out in the 2000s, the ones that started with her telling like a story to help like someone through a hard time, she was always telling the story to her little sister Kelly. And I'm like, yeah, Kelly was around for quite a while.
Hello, Guy K. Welcome to stream. 90s hype? Yeah. Oh, I just realized I still have the, No, I don't. Okay, that's just because for some reason YouTube's had my stream replay lagging. There we go. It's like I could have sworn I took it off the BRB screen.
You did. I was born in the 90s, but like the very tail end of them, so I don't really remember much. I was like 4 when the 90s ended.
I was 9. Or no, wait. Yeah, 1989. So yeah, I was 11. That's right.
It all depends on when your birthday falls.
I turned 10 in March of 1999. So I guess
So
technically I was
You would've
10 years
turned-
old at the end of the 90s, but I was like still close to being 11.
You would have turned 11 in the year 2000, which was when I turned 5. But a lot of stuff from the 90s carried over into the early 2000s.
Yep.
A lot of TV shows were in like the middle of their existence. Like a lot of fashion trends continued.
Yeah, it's funny, like how many generations look back at how they used to dress when they were teenagers, and it's like, ooh, why were we so cringe? And then our parents' generation is like, you think you were cringe?
Look at what I wore. Yeah, it's like. Though, what I'm finding really weird is that, like, Gen Z and younger is now, like, fascinated with, like, the 2000s.
The music
And
stopped.
so we're seeing, like, a resurgence in, like, 2000s fashion and stuff.
Oh yeah, like a few years ago, the Sims team released a 90s themed fitness kit. Throwback fit kit.
Oh my god, I remember, because this was a carryover from the 90s, but like all those aerobics tapes that you could like buy or rent from video stores, and like the everyone would be in like a unitard, some type of like tights, and then like leg warmers and like sweatbands and stuff, and they'd be like, and keep those knees high, and kick and kick. You've got this. Just 10 more. The music in those.
And kick, and kick, and kick, and kick.
And spin. And now we step up and step down. Step up, step down.
Of course, that also kind of reminds me of when Team Rocket dressed as egg sellers, and they were like, I think they were going for like a Swedish stereotype.
Oh.
We kick up our legs, so you will buy our eggs.
No.
It's like, I can't believe my eyes.
I mean, the stuff that we have nothing in when it comes to Pokemon in regards to what we were exposed to than the Japanese audience did.
Right? The Japanese audience got James's inflatable boobs.
Yep. Those sure were a thing in the Japanese version.
Early Team Rocket gave no Fs when it came to gender norms.
So much cross-dressing.
Yes.
Remember James in the tutu?
Yes. He did that. They did that one. That pairing a lot,
The
where Jessie was a
ballet out.
prince and James was the ballerina princess.
I mean, Disney did it a bit too, remember? In Kim Possible. The year of the cowboy and the ballerina. And then it turns out Kim was the cowboy.
Yep. This is a lot of extra work, but I don't want the bricks to look repeated just because bricks are very different from stained glass. Bricks are not perfectly shaped. And also the style of brick that I'm going for, you don't usually see the separation as much with them. I mean, so far, I'm happy with how the results are looking so far. And I'm basically, like, I'm doing a large chunk like this, so that when I repeat the pattern, it doesn't all look fully uniform. Like, it doesn't look like I just copy and pasted the exact same brick all over.
Mm-hmm.
Nice, Nickelodeon was great. Yeah. I recently found the Secret World of Alex Mack, and I've been rewatching it, but I have to take breaks because sometimes, like, the show just makes me really emotional. Because, like, I'll see stuff that Alex's parents do, and it just really ticks me off. Like, you guys are bad parents. And not in the comedic, oh ha ha, you know, we're so bad at our jobs. We create these situations and that puts our kids in danger. No, like, they are legitimately bad at raising Alex, because Alex 100%, like, she's not a scapegoat, but her older sister Annie is 100% the golden child. And, like, I got so angry when there was, like, this one scene where Alex got in trouble, and she felt like it was unfair that she got in trouble for this thing, so she ended up sneaking out because she wanted to go hang out with her friends. And her dad comes in. Her sister Annie is covering for her because she figured out that Alex used her powers to sneak out. And she's like, well, I have to cover for her because otherwise, you know, it's like, oh, how did she sneak out? Oh, she has these powers? What? So she had to cover for Alex. And her dad comes in and is like, you know what, Annie? I'm so glad that we never had this problem with you. You're such a good kid, and I'm so glad that you never caused us trouble like this. That is so messed up. Like, the blatant favoritism that they give towards Annie. So if Alex needs them, it's like, oh, sorry, Alex, we can't be there for you because we have to be there for Annie. You remember The Secret World of Alex Mack? It was a good show. Apparently the actress who played Alex decided that she didn't want to do the show anymore, and that's why it's ended. Which is a shame, but it's like, you know, it's also understandable. You know, if she doesn't want to do it anymore, that's her choice and her prerogative.
Excuse me?
You excused. But, like, I have to take breaks from watching it because I just get so worked up.
You're just like, this is toxic parenting.
This is neglect! Oh, sounds like my fries are done. Hello, Rank. Welcome to the stream.
Okay.
Annie from The Secret World of Alex Mack. She's Alex's older sister. It was a show in the 90s. My fries are going off, so I'll explain more when I come back. Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
So Anyways, Secret World of Alex Mack is about a kid, a 14-year-old girl named Alex Mack. And one day when she was walking home from school, she nearly got run over by a truck that was carrying this chemical produced by the local power plant that her dad works at called GC-161. It was an experimental chemical that was being developed to work as this super wonder drug. You know, like it would de-age you, make your skin clear, all that, you know, all that fantasy stuff, fantasy sci-fi stuff that people are like, oh, wouldn't it be so great if we could do this? And she got covered in it, and it gave her special powers. So she has, like, these electro powers, so she can, like, create little shocks of electricity with her fingertips. She can turn into a puddle, and she can also levitate stuff. Well, her sister, Annie, is a 16-year-old super genius who often helps their dad out with his work. And when she found out that what happened to Alex, you know, she got Alex and Alex's best friend Raymond, or Ray, to agree that, you know, they had to keep this a secret, because if the chemical plant found out, they would take Alex away and, you know, run a bunch of inhumane experiments on her. So Annie is basically taking care of Alex now for the chemicals, and they even keep it from their parents and stuff. I think I've almost got this brickwork done. Okay, few more lines left. All right. But because Annie is such a super genius, and her parents are also, like, really smart and everything. Her dad works at the chemical plant. Her mom works kind of in, like, the advertising for the plant and everything. They both work for the plant, and her dad's a renowned scientist there. They have to keep it secret from them as well, because it turns out that the chemical plant is looking for Alex, and they do want to run these experiments and stuff on her. So they've got to keep it secret and everything. And the show is basically just about them trying to keep her powers a secret. In different ways she learns to live with them. But because Annie is so smart and has so much more in common with their parents, their parents have a tendency of ignoring Alex in favor of Annie.
Accidental favoritism.
Yep. It's not like they intend to do it. It's not like they hate Alex or anything like that. And sometimes the mom at least catches on to it. So she's not entirely innocent either, but sometimes their mom will catch on to it and say, hey, husband, you're kind of ignoring Alex. She kind of needs you too. Yeah, not gonna lie, I've gotten very emotional watching that show. It also kind of reminds me of my egg donor and how she very blatantly favored my older siblings. It ended because yeah. Yep, that's what I was saying at the beginning. Yeah, it ended it because she was burned out and didn't want to continue. No, I said that. I said it was Alex that gets, like she gets ignored and.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okie dokie.
Moments of calm, nothing left to be found. A mirror right in front of me. That's where I found an empty glass, reflecting that's a truth. It's telling words not to be told. I need that mask. I'm a sharpshooter at this masquerade, hiding both face and mind, all free for you to draw. I'm a sharpshooter, chained down to my core. Please don't take off my mask, my place to hide. I can't tell you how to see me. Just a cage of bones. There's nothing inside. Will it unleash me, burning down the walls? Is there a way for me to break? I'm a sharpshooter at Paul's masquerade, hiding both face and mind, all free for you to draw. I'm a sharpshooter, have no face to show. Please don't take off my mask, my disguise. Where have you been?
I actually never watched Weird World. Sorry.
Confessing twilight on and on, without a clue, without a sign, without grasping it. The real question to be asked: where have I been? I'm a sharpshooter at this masquerade, hiding both face and mind.
Just about finished up the brickwork. Just gotta erase everything that crosses over with the stained glass. Alright. No, I'm not working on a comic.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Where'd it go? There. It's the problem with having all these different projects open at once. Like, all these projects that I wanted to get back to and stuff. It's like, hey, you asleep? Yeah, I'm trying to sleep. We have all these other whips that we haven't finished yet.
Your brain's like, yeah. It's like, hey, you asleep yet?
Hey, you asleep yet? Remember all those whips that you haven't worked on in a while? Which one? Exactly.
It's like when your brain's like, hey, you asleep yet? And you're like, hey, you know how you've got like 37 story ideas that you're already trying to work on? Well, here's 5 more. And you're gonna feel compelled to get up right now and write them down somewhere so that you don't forget them.
Sorry, I really had to adjust there for a sec. I was like, ugh. Its position is getting uncomfortable. Okay. All this cleanup work. But it'll be worth it in the end. Beats having to draw the bricks individually.
Mhm.
Let's see if I can do this with my mouse.
Moments of calm, nothing left to be found. A mirror right in front of me. That's where I found an empty glass, reflecting that's a truth. It's telling what's not to be told. I need that mask. I'm a shapeshifter. Apples masquerade, heart in both face and mind, all free for you to draw. I'm a shapeshifter, chained down to my core. Please don't take off my mask, my place to hide.
You know, this is really starting to come together.
I can't tell you how to see me. Just a cage of bones. There's nothing inside. Will it unleash me? Burning down the walls. Is there a way for me to break? I'm a shapeshifter. Apples masquerade, heart in both face and mind, all free for you to draw. I'm a shapeshifter, have no face to show. Please don't take off my mask, my disguise. Where have you been? Been searching all along, confessing twilight on and on, without the clue, without a sign, without grasping it. The real question to be asked.
No matter what I do, I'm always gonna find these little bits on the stained glass.
Apples masquerade, hide in both face and mind, all free for you to draw. I'm a shapeshifter. What else should I be? Please don't take off my mask, revealing dawn.
Just when I think I've got them all, more pop up.
Moments of calm, nothing left to be found. A mirror right in front of me. That's where I found an empty glass,
I just thought of another really cool thing that I could do if I really felt like pushing myself and challenging myself.
What?
So you know Plag's true form, right?
Yes.
So draw Adrian, but like with a persona, and Plag's true form is his persona.
Huh. That is quite a challenge.
Like you could even do a Marinette version with Tiki's true form as her persona. Although maybe I could collab with Raven on it and have them draw Plag. Oh, I got an entire section here of brick that's not bricked in. What are the yellow lines for? These are the bricks. And they're yellow at the moment so that I can differentiate them between the black, what else is already inked in so that so I could differentiate them between them and the stained glass. So I know where I need to erase extra brick and where I need to leave it. It just makes it a lot easier to see stuff. All right. Just one more left. Then after this, oh shoot, I still got the big window too. I'm almost done, almost done, almost done. In a little bit, I'll be done. With the backdrop.
In a few hours, the sun will rise.
The sun will come out tomorrow.
So you gotta hang on till tomorrow.
Come what may. I've always loved Annie.
It's a good musical.
Mm-hmm. It's a shame though that so many people gave so much hate towards the
remake.
Yeah, the more recent remake.
But it makes sense, the change.
Yeah. Because the whole
Because-
reason why Annie was a redhead in the first place was because redheads were seen as unadoptable. But then after Annie came out, everybody wanted to adopt their own little orphan Annie. So redheads actually then became really popular for adoption.
Well, it's like Annie being seen as unadoptable at the time in the story makes sense because of the time that the story is set. There was a prejudice against the Irish, and many Irish people are naturally redheads. So even though it's not stated as fact that Annie's heritage is Irish in the film, her being a redhead implies that.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, well, we don't really have that prejudice anymore. So if we're wanting to update this story and set it in a modern day setting, it makes sense to, if we're trying to reflect that same kind of message that the original was saying, that Annie not be a cute little red-headed white girl anymore.
Mm-hmm. Excuse me. Also, Meg's calling for water break.
Okie dokie.
I'm getting closer. It is a shame though that the film got so much hate because of it though.
Yeah, but what are you gonna do? People are gonna be awful.
It's like, yes, there is an oversaturation of blackwashing in media lately, but at the same time, that was a case where blackwashing actually made sense.
It worked because it was like, okay, to reflect the current times, but also to make this work with the story we're trying to tell. It just makes sense that like
That she be
we
black.
change things because it's like, well, it's not really hard for little redheaded girls to get adopted anymore. The society has changed. Our perspective is different. There isn't really a prejudice against the Irish in North America anymore. But you know who is facing lots of prejudice and is and probably would have a hard time getting adopted? Young black kids. So the change made sense and probably spoke to a lot of people who had similar experiences. I mean, not everyone. I mean, and the story is still like kind of a fantasy of sorts because like.
But it was also still really good too.
The Mr. Warbucks stuff, like, not many people are out there getting adopted by like business tycoons with thousands and thousands of dollars to spend. I bet you there are even some adults who are like, I wish I could get adopted by a millionaire.
You know, I don't normally remember my dreams, but I had one dream that I do remember that was actually kind of that sort of a story. I had a dream once where I got adopted by Will Smith. I don't know why it was Will Smith specifically.
I mean, come on, Fresh Prince. Maybe you had recently seen some stuff about him online or something. Or had like talked about something he had been in, and so your brain was like, yeah, this is something that we recently just talked about, so it's in your mind. So
I mean, my brain is also very random when it comes to dreams. I mean, I once had a dream that I was on the toilet and then it turned into, like, it started rocketing out of the wall into the next room.
I think there have been incidences of something like that actually happening, though. Probably not in the way your dream did it, but like, say a pipe bursts and the toilet just goes flying. Because built up water pressure is a scary thing. Recently, within like the last year or so, they're infrequent, but I've had multiple dreams, and they've just about us living together.
No. I've had multiple dreams where, like, something will happen. Something where, like, I need to scream for help. And nothing comes out of my mouth when I scream.
Oh, I
Other
hate
than
those.
air.
It's like it's the meme of I don't have a mouth, but I need to scream.
Oh no, like, I still have my mouth and everything
No, I
in the
know
dream.
that, but it's the whole thing of like
Like, I can talk, I just can't scream.
weird. Thankfully, I don't have nightmares too often.
I don't either. Or dreams. But, like, when I do have one, it's very rare that I remember them.
It's not that you're not having dreams, because I do believe scientists have like done studies, and it's like you pretty much dream every night. It's just whether or not you remember them. You know, I know that like Adriana's gonna get like colored in and she's gonna have like eye shines and stuff. But looking at her now, just with those dead eyes and that blank expression, it just reads, I wish I could be anywhere else but here.
I mean, she is kind of thinking that regardless, but... Because this is basically the Adriana that she's told she has to be.
You have to be a pretty, pretty princess. You have to be Daddy's perfect little girl. You must obey, Adriana. You must obey and stay in your gilded cage. Adriana, Adriana, let down your hair, so that I may climb thy golden stair.
I mean, she and Adrian are kind of Rapunzel. Just modern day, and like being held captive by their own by their birth parents. Oh, that looks so good. Now that it's back in black. Oh my gosh, the brickwork looks so good.
Now I'm just thinking royalty AU.
There are parts where it's like a bit more lighter, but then there's also some parts where it's a little bit darker, and it's like, ah, it looks so good.
The only thing I'm worried about in regards to is like light source and if light shining through the stained glass window if you're gonna do something like that.
Yeah. Oh. Hello, David. Welcome to the stream. Yes, I am going to color this in. But first, I'm gonna stretch myself out. Oh. I just need to line in Adriana now.
You know what would be a cool thing to do?
What?
And maybe this would be something to offer as like a reward if you ever do like Patreon or Ko-fi or something like that. Coloring page versions of your art.
I have thought about doing stuff like that.
Like letting, like, after you release like the fully colored version, releasing like a version that's just like the line art with maybe a few more details in regards to like the eyes of a character or something.
I could do that for channel members.
Yeah, you could do that for channel members. Yeah, have it be like a reward of like once a month or something. You release like a coloring page version of an art piece of that you've done. Could do a poll and see if people would be interested in that.
Mm-hmm.
I've got so many things I should be thankful for. Yes, I have everything except, I guess, a door. Yeah, I don't think this version was included in the film, but on the soundtrack they have so technically there's 2 reprises for When Will My Life Begin, and this is before the second one where so I've got my mother's love. I shouldn't ask for more. I've got so many things I should be thankful for. Yes, I have everything except, I guess, a door. Perhaps it's better that I stay in. But tell me, when will my life begin?
Some of her dress ended up on the chair layer.
Oops.
And a water break.
Meg already
Okay.
called for one, but okay. I'll take another one. Water break.
You know why we stay up in this tower? That's right, to keep you safe and sound, dear. Mother knows best, or as I like to call it,
The gaslighting song.
gaslighting the song.
Or gaslighting the musical.
For the last 18 years of your life, I've gaslit you, guilt-tripped you, crushed your confidence, and made you codependent.
Dang.
In essence, I've given you Stockholm Syndrome. Yay! I heard so many stories after Tangle came out of people being like, this really opened my eyes to just how toxic my own relationship with my mother is, and now I can see why she didn't want me to go and see this film. If you really want to look at Disney movies for examples of toxic relationships and Stockholm Syndrome, I can give you 2 examples that do it better than what people trying to say Beauty and the Beast is Stockholm Syndrome.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, oh honey, no, you want Stockholm Syndrome? Tangled And even before that, Hunchback of Notre Dame.
Yep. Which is kind of funny considering the fact that, well, I mean, this might have even been intentional from them. It's like, Scott and Narcisio, they did a mashup of Mother Knows Best and the Frollo part of Outs There.
Yeah, it fits. There's this fan comic that I read called Disney High. It's a person uploads it to DeviantArt, and it's basically a mashup of Disney properties all existing together in a shared modern day universe.
Which I'm surprised they
And-
haven't done anything like that.
And they all attend a high school called Disney High. So some of the characters are like students, some are teachers, others are just parents of students. But in it, they have made Gothel and Frollo a couple, and so Quasimodo and Rapunzel are adopted siblings to each other. And and the person behind it really does point out the parallels between the two stories and just how awful Frollo and Gothel are. Yeah. Some of the worst Disney villains aren't the big scary ones who can like transform into giant versions of themselves or into giant monsters. No, it's the ones who parallel traits that real people can have.
Yeah, like Gaston.
Like Gaston and Frollo and Gothel. Like, there are people in real life who act like those characters and see themselves as good people, and it's just like, ooh.
I'm honestly just waiting for a Disney villain that's literally just a Karen.
I want to speak to your manager.
Hello, Nebby. No, this isn't Peach. This is Adriana. She's my miraculous OC. I'm drawing the version of her who is Adrian's twin sister. Now, Peach's bangs are very different, and her hair is much longer.
And fluffier.
Yes.
Plus, you never catch Peach without her iconic crown.
Exactly. Oh, I should give her a tiara.
I'm surprised you didn't.
Come on.
Does she have any jewelry?
No. There. It's like, go where I tell you to go. Don't go one pixel over. It's like, okay, it's where I want it. It let go, and it goes one pixel over. No! This is also why I like to draw individual lines on their own layers, because then I can I can grab it and move it around if it's the perfect curvature and everything. It just needs to be placed a couple pixels to the right.
Why would quit and be a florist? Gunter does interior design. Ulf is into mime. Attila's cupcakes are sublime. Bruiser knits, Killer sews. Blank's little puppet shows. And Vladimir collects ceramic unicorns. I love that part.
I'm so glad they expanded on some of the pub thugs too.
In the show, yeah. Like Attila opened up his own shop.
Yeah.
Though I was not impressed with Hook Thug in his cameo episode.
Hookfoot,
I
you
was
need
up
to
there
do
with
better.
Rapunzel. I was with Rapunzel and her being mad at him and his treatment of his brother. I was like, I love the part where she's like trying to get up in his face. So she like gets a stool
Yeah.
so that she can be taller.
Yep.
Honestly, some of the best parts of the show were when Rapunzel got sassy.
Oh yeah. Remember the episode where their personalities switched and we got Goth Rapunzel?
I don't know if it was necessarily goth, but yeah.
The way she had her hair was very goth.
I think it was more emo.
Yeah.
With the like
well,
bangs.
no, oh no, yeah, you're right. Yeah, when we got emo Rapunzel, and then it's like, and then a few years later, we get emo Adrian.
I just like just her hair with her bangs just going over one eye.
Yep. And then Adrian kind of looks the same way with emo Adrian. It's like, just another thing these two have in common.
I think my favorite part though was just like upbeat, friendly Kaz.
Come on, guys, we can do it!
She just wanted to give everyone hugs.
Free hugs!
You know what's something interesting I just connected in my brain? I know one is technically a Pixar movie, but isn't it interesting that both Disney and Pixar movies, the two Disney, like quote unquote Disney movies we have that feature Latin American cultures, Coco and Encanto, are both about generational trauma.
That is true.
I mean, it's different kinds of generational trauma, but it still. It's like if I had a nickel for every time Disney helped produce a movie set in a Latin American country that dealt with the topic of generational trauma, I'd have 2 nickels.
Which isn't a lot,
Which
but
isn't
weird
a
that it
lot,
happened
but
twice.
it's weird that it happened more than once.
I will say though, it is nice being able to get back to to the part of the drawing that I'm used to.
Characters.
Yes.
Well, you're never gonna get better at doing backgrounds if you don't draw them. It's called practice.
Stop being reasonable. Stop being reasonable. She doesn't like that.
I just found something that will call her out.
Uh-oh.
I'm putting it in the Discord chat. it has been shared.
Improving in drawing? Nah. Improving in drawing so I could draw my OC ships better. Yes.
I mean, am I wrong? Am I wrong, Matsuyo?
I don't know. I mean, I could have sworn your name was Fishy.
Not the dad joke! I already get those enough from my own father.
That's what I should do from now on. Anytime you try to call me, I'll just make a dad joke.
Eventually, I'm just gonna do that deadpan stare. Or I'll just be like,
Just
Or
the
I could pull this
disapproving
out.
dad stare.
I can do this. I'm not surprised, Matsuyo. I'm just disappointed.
Ah, nuts. I merged the layer before deleting, erasing this line. Stop doing that!
Save what has been lost. Bring back what once was mine. What once was mine.
Also, I think I figured out a title for this piece.
Oh.
Father's Princess. Well, thank you, Meg. At least somebody likes it.
What?
The title I came up with for this piece, Father's Princess.
It's a good title.
Thank you. I think Fishy's still mad about the dad joke.
No, I was looking something up.
Stretchy, stretchy, stretchy. Water break. Also. Ugh. Oh, we've actually been at this for 6 hours. 6.5.
Hmm.
And after doing that stretch there, I was like, oh, eyes. Okay, apparently I need a screen break. Which means that's probably a good place to call it. Is there anyone here besides Meg at the moment? Enough people for us to do a raid? Oh my gosh. Mango Manjuice just commented on the Stalker Net video saying it was a wholesome analysis. I'm screaming through the entire video! Christian goes live at 7:30. He's not quite ready to start yet from how it seems. Anyone else live? Frosty or Chris or... Oh, Lynx is live. I've never heard of the game he's playing, though. Not seeing anything from Patterson. And Chev doesn't usually stream this early. Yeah. It's just you and me though, Meg, so I don't think we're gonna do a raid. Because no one else seems to be here right now. I think I'll still do a redirect for Christian stream though. My eyes are like what? What do you mean you want to adjust to seeing in the real world? Why do you want to see anything else? Why should you need to see? All right. Well, thanks for joining us today, everyone. Gonna go ahead and stop. I might draw a little bit more later, but I definitely need to take like an hour or so screen break. So, thanks for stopping by, and as always, I hope you all have